Hello, everyone, and welcome. Happy New Year. It is January 1st of 2022. The IKS is off to a rather late start today, to be expected. We are running a game under the direction of Otto, who is Finnish. He has put together his own little system. He has built a beautiful module and is running this game. So I am in command of the Austrian Prussian coalition because I'm the guy with the most experience, apparently. I did not want to be in command, but it was kind of thrust upon me. I just got my first report, but it really only indicates that my forces are arriving in the vicinity of Rodheim. We have three divisions. So one coming in here, I'm coming in here, and another one coming in here. We also have cavalry that's going to be going out in front. Meanwhile, at the same time, the French are coming from this direction here. Let's get a nice blue color here for them. They're coming in from around here somewhere. Our strategy is to hold a line here with scouts so that we, well, not to hold, but to post scouts along this line here to determine where he is, what his strength is, and where he's headed. I imagine the Schwerpunkt will be here along this line of approach. It's the most logical. So what we've decided to do is take defensive positions on these hills here in the terrain behind this ground which we expect to be muddy and marshy. Be very hard for his infantry to pass. In addition, we will have strong points here, here, and here. And if he does do this, the strong point at Hungen can come south and outflank him, while the other two positions hold him. I will also have cavalry, lancers in particular, who have orders late in the battle to come around to the rear and harass the enemy from the rear. Doing this should contain and destroy the French force. That's the intention, but we will see what actually happens. Alright, so the game begins.
Hello, Marshal.
Hello, I'm here.
What are your orders?
Um, Move to Steinheim. Move to
Move to
Steinheim.
Steinheim.
Yeah, and that's
Just,
all. I'll have
right.
detailed dispositions when we approach, but I know I have a bunch of cavalry out in front of me. So when the head of columns reaches Steinheim, then I'll worry about specific deployments, unless you want that right now.
Uh, I mean, it's all up to you. If
I'll
you want
work.
to give it to your men,
Yeah, no, just I don't know how far we move on this map in a turn or what the increments are. I'm assuming 15, 20 minutes. But
it
basically,
is 15.
okay, so basically we're just gonna form up in Steinheim. We may not even stay there. So just put my column in Steinheim. Maybe even a double line or something, whatever. It just. Oh, I think these pieces are a mess. They're a mess.
Yeah.
Okay, I have them all completely out of order and everything. So put Prince Rudolph in front and Jordis in back. Oh wow, what a mess. I'll take the screenshot and post it to you, okay?
Alrighty, I'll be back.
Okay. Okay. So my goal here is just to, get the units to where they belong. The problem is we don't know where the enemy is or what he wants to do or anything. So any deployment I make isn't none of it's going to be favorable. I need more information. Now, if I were to expect imminent contact with the enemy, then I would probably go ahead and deploy in such a way as to deal with that. Okay. All right, but so far, I think we're going to be moving from this position. So that's just what we're going to do until we know more information. I need reports. I don't want to just, give orders to give orders. Some players do that because they're uncomfortable sort of with the silence and the vacuum. Um, and no, I having the men march and do things for the sake of doing things doesn't seem profitable to me. All right. Okay, so I don't know who our viewer is, but whoever you are, you're welcome to say hi, ask questions, give me your opinions and feedback and so on. And we'll probably get more viewers as people wake up. Again, it's New Year's Day, so a lot of folks are probably really slow to get moving. So, no worries, no worries, we're fine. Alrighty. I'm playing my diplomatic Kriegspiel at the same time. I'm interacting with that umpire. Man, I tell you, they're not making it easy in this other Kriegspiel. But here we are, waiting for contact with the French, who have to cross through this valley here, into this marshy terrain here, or what I believe is marshy terrain. Looks like it to me. Yawn. I have not slept well the past 2 nights, I'll tell you that. Okay. My goodness. I had COVID a month ago, and so I'm still not 100% either. Okay, so Otto's telling us that if we want to send a dispatch, we have to use the location of the recipient, which is kind of cool. In a lot of our games, we have sort of this heat-seeking dispatches, I suppose. Like you send a dispatch, you can be sending it clear across the map, and magically the courier knows exactly where to go, even if you yourself don't know where your uh, the person you're writing to is. And so we've taken to complicating that a bit and asking players, well, where do you think they are? And then the courier will go off in that direction to begin with. And then, of course, they may correct or adjust uh, their route, but the idea is it could delay your dispatch by another turn or so, which is entirely realistic. So, interesting stuff. So I've got what seems to be a couple new players. All my players feel a little bit new. Um, the guy who plays Hindenburg, his name actually is Hindenburg, down here in the south, seems to know quite a bit about what he's doing. He had a good read of the situation and the terrain. Good thoughts. The other players seem like uh, they could be catching up, which is totally classic when, particularly when playing for the first time. But I think they understand more or less what they're supposed to do to start. And it's hard because a lot of people expect to be micromanaged, and I, for one, am not a micromanager, and you don't want to micromanage subordinate units. If you want to do that, you should have taken the subordinate unit as your command. You know, you want to be a division commander, take a division. You don't take a corps command position and become a division commander. No. No. You want to be corps commander, command the corps. So, anyway, standing by here. These initial turns should be pretty quick because they involve just moving forces to contact. So, as long as that's happening, there shouldn't be a problem. Should be pretty quick to move everything. Move, move, move. Okay, next round. I have this thing where I like to just move everybody to the point of initial contact. I don't even do the rounds. I just say we're going to skip ahead. We're going to run, an hour of time until we have first contact. But different umpires are different. I don't know how Otto's running this one. He might be doing that himself, but I don't know. All right. Oh, we got a second viewer for a second. People come in. A lot of people watch this in the future. That's what's happening with our videos. We'll have like 4, 5, 6, 8 people watch it in real time. Although today it's going to be tough because of the holiday. And then hundreds of people will watch the replays. It's kind of cool. I like to narrate what's going through my head so you know why I'm making the decisions that I'm making. But right now we're just moving to sort of a preliminary point and we're waiting for contact with the enemy. Once we have contact, then I can start making better decisions. Right now, any decision I make is as likely to be a good decision as a bad one because I don't know anything. So, in fact, probably more likely to be bad. So, until I have that intel, I don't want to do anything. But we'll see. We do have time. Let me check the OBS here. It's all looking good. There we go. Audio levels look good. All right. If you're watching on YouTube and you see if it's live and there's a problem with the audio or anything, let me know. Post it in the comments, and I'll correct it right away. I'm going to turn off my camera though, because you don't need to look at me. You want to see the map. That's why we're here. Cool map, cool pieces. Look at these beautiful pieces that Otto made. Just zoom in on some of them. Here's a Prussian block. Isn't that pretty? A little pixelated, zoomed in all the way, but they're not very large. You think they're just the prettiest blocks, though. That we got Lancers and Dragoons. They're actually, this formation is actually somewhere around here. But here's your Prussian blocks and so on. Look at that. Look at that detail. Did brilliant. Did brilliant. Okay, new report. They're doing this thing with the reports where they are giving us these limited screenshots, which is fine. The problem is I don't know what units those are. I don't know if that's cavalry. I assume that's the cavalry. So let's take a look here. And let's see here. I think that's cavalry. And that should be, he should be out there with dragoons in the lead. And that sounds about right. Let's go ahead and do it like that, even though it's probably wrong. Okay, where is... Okay, so he is moving like this. Okay. Alright. I don't know where the Lancers are, but they're somewhere. But anyway, yeah, he has the Dragoons out front like that. And his Dragoons have orders to occupy positions, uh, you know, here, 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 and here more or less. And the idea is when they crest this ridge, we'll see them. And we'll know what they're doing, what force they're coming at us with. And then we can tailor our defenses. But right now, there's not much we can do till we know more.
Hello, Field Marshal Marshall.
Hey, I'm here. What's the scoop?
Well, as you can see, the cavalry are going ahead of you from Steinheim.
Mm-hmm.
And that's about all you can see. You have a nice big hill dead ahead of you to the south of the cavalry, and it's blocking your view. So,
Okay. Do you know where his Lancers are?
His lancers.
Yeah, I should add. Yeah, I don't know. That's the dragoons that are out front, right? And then his
That would.
lancers. Yeah, it doesn't
Yeah, yeah,
matter.
yeah. The
Not that big a deal. Okay, yeah, we're just gonna hold here. In fact, let's take myself and uh, first and second battalion of Prince Rudolph and move forward to Trezeloff. Okay, so I'm going to
okay.
establish my forward headquarters at Trezeloff. I'm going to take first and second of Prince or Erzhog Rudolph and set up there. And it's just a headquarters. Okay.
Okay. So you want your first and second of Prince Rudolph?
Yeah, and then myself, and we're going to move forward to Trezeloff. Okay. I'll be sending
And
dispatches in a bit, but it's not a rush.
yeah, so the rest of your men will just sit around Steinheim. Will your artillery also be around Steinheim?
Yes. Yeah, that'll all be parked there for now.
Do you want them on a specific hill or
No, just park them.
park them? All right.
Yep, yep. No specifics yet. We're not going to worry about that right now. We don't even know where the enemy is.
Roger that.
Okay. Okay, now I do have to let my subordinates know that my headquarters will be at uh, Trezeloff or whatever. So let's do this. Okay, dispatch 2. Okay, and let me take a look here at my Field Marshal von Hindenburg. Okay, my current location is Trays Horloff. Now, that's not really my current location, but that's what I'm telling him because I don't want to cause confusion. 615 message. My my headquarters will be established at Trezeloff. Please send all there. My at Steinheim. Field Marshal. Okay, so here we go. So here's a dispatch to von Hindenburg. And then we're going to send another one to our next commander, which is Vizen. Okay. Copy. And then another one to Alfred. Alright, so I've sent the dispatches to all three of my commanders, telling them My headquarters will be established at Treishorloff. Please send all dispatches there. My secondary headquarters will be established at Steinheim once battle commences, assuming the enemy attacks in the center. Okay, so there we have it. Alright. I don't like being so separated from my unit, but it's necessary for now to get quick dispatches from the cavalry scouts and replying quickly. Save about a turn, I think. So it's kind of a big deal. It's a big time savings, which is why I'm doing something like this. I would move my entire division up to Trezoloff, but that's not where we're planning to defend. So moving them all up simply clogs the road. So why am I taking 2 battalions with me? Because what if I run into enemy or something happens? So I can't assume that I'm going to be safe. Having those battalions protects me, so they're sort of like a massive bodyguard, if you will. So that's what we're doing. That's the plan for now. Again, the goal is to have contact with the enemy and then begin dealing with him as soon as we know where exactly he is at. Want to say hello to all of our viewers. We just had a big jump in viewers. Thank you. Good to see you all here. If you have any comments or questions, please feel free to post them in the chat. Do my best to respond. Okay, there is another update. Let's take a look at this and see what it shows me. And it shows that myself and I think the 1st Battalion are moving to this location here. So these forces are somewhere out here, and myself along with 1st Battalion are around here right now. Okay, and that's fine. Perfect. That's more or less what the map shows. I would assume this battalion is behind it somewhere, which is fine. Maybe further back. No big deal. It's all good. Alright, things are moving pretty quickly, which has me happy. Relatively speaking, they're moving quickly. This is good. Okay, we're just waiting to see where the bad guys are.
Field Marshal Marshall.
Hey, here I am.
Unfortunately, you have come into a rather large dip in the ground.
Yeah, okay.
The rest of your Prince Rudolph battalion was still making it over the hill you came over, so they are lagging behind you somewhat.
Yeah. Okay. The screenshots you're sending me are out a little far, and I'm having a hard time reading what's on the pieces. I don't know
You
if
want
you
them
want.
closer?
Yeah, I mean,
I think closer.
even if it means a little less space around, it might be fine. But it's only until I kind of figure out what units are what.
Yeah,
When
the pieces
battle
are
is
quite
joined,
small.
I'll have to see a little better.
All right.
Uh, I
Yeah, I'll do
sent
that for you.
I sent like 3 dispatches out previously, so I just wanted. They're all the same. It's basically a circular.
Yeah, they were all close enough and got to where they needed to be.
Sweet. Okay, just wanted to let you know because I hate delivering mail in Creeksville, but anyway. All right, no problem.
All right. I'd imagine you're still just doing the same old, same old.
Yeah, we're gonna stick to the plan. It's a good plan. We're
All
gonna
right.
stick to the
I
plan.
will get the orders from everyone. They should just be the same.
Thank you. I just saw that I had top chat, not live chat, on. So I've switched my chat to live chat, but I still don't see messages from anyone. Again, you're invited to say hello. Happy New Year, everyone. Today is January 1st of 2022. I have a headache, even though I didn't drink any alcohol. Um, should do something about that. I might be hungry. All I have here is my little coffee. See here, let's see here. Let's turn on that. See here, I have my coffee here. See, there we go. It's my IKS mug. There we are. I'm gonna see if I can make Kriegspiel pieces. Something in the works. I have to find the blocks, but everything else I think I have settled. Um, there are some good sources for Kriegspiel pieces besides myself. There's Photon Cutter Studios, which he kind of went out of business during the COVID stuff, and his name is Tom. He told me he's going to come back in and do it. Um, and his pieces are my favorite. So if he gets up and running, then he's the one I would send you to. There's also pieces from Command Post Games. They're absolutely beautiful, but you can't customize them like you can with Tom's. Um, so both of those are going to be great buys. But yeah, I want to do custom pieces of my own if Tom isn't available to do his. So I do want to meet that need for the community. People want physical sets. The face-to-face play is going to come back over this next year, so want to make sure that happens for people. Facilitate that. All right. All right. Hey, we got a question here. Gil asks, how does this system support small groups out scouting? The answer is yes. All systems do. It's just a matter of what's going to be allowed by the Empire. And the answer is just yes. Yes, we do. It is possible. So,
Greetings, Marshall.
hey, greetings.
So I see you set your HQ at Transholf 2.
Yes. Yeah, it's a sufficiently forward position. I should be able to get reports a turn faster than I would get them in Steinheim. So we'll get reports here, and then if he comes up the middle as I expect, then I will fall back to Steinheim. Um, it'll be fine. But yeah, this is where we're at. But no contact with the enemy yet, yeah?
Yeah, no contact yet.
Okay. Oh look, I just got a dispatch from you.
Yeah, I sent that before. Marshall, who Otto said I could join your voice chat.
Perfect. Where are you sending your lancers?
Oh, basically, I'm just sending them to Bettenhausen or like Langdorf.
Oh, okay. So they're gonna go pretty far north. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, because my yeah,
Hopefully he comes in the center
middle.
in. Yeah. And
Yeah,
then
definitely.
you can flank
Hello.
him.
Yeah, I put my main forces in the center.
Hello. Our umpire
I
is
would
here. Go ahead.
I'd imagine nothing really changes for you, Marshall, as you've got your point and your infantry is caught up to you.
Perfect. All right. Yep. Okay. No problem. Thank you.
You're welcome. I did what I could for you.
All right. He did what he could for me. Oh man. I feel like I'm in trouble. I put in a good word for
Yeah,
you, but
All right. Well, I got to get to Hindenburg and Bisden.
good luck. Thank you. Okay, I've got a dispatch. Occupied road NS Unterwitterheim. Taking other hill for further information if to advance to the west or not. So this is Hindenburg. So Hindenburg is here. He's in this position, and he's gonna take a look out here to the west. Okay, no problem. I'm not gonna argue with that. I'm not even gonna write a dispatch. We should, but your cavalry should be out there scouting, and that should be fine. Your
yeah.
cavalry's the eyes. So okay,
Actually, do you suggest I move my cavalry like in the towns or like
in
to
front of the towns,
the front? Yeah,
in
in
front,
front.
yeah, in front to the west of them, yeah, where they can see the enemy. I mean, they can go anywhere. Just they need to go where they can see the enemy, even if they're off the road. In terrain, that's fine too, but they have to be where they can see the enemy. And I think the enemy will probably come around Obernhofen because I'm looking at the roads. That's probably where he'll come down, Obernhofen, and then
Yeah,
you'll,
seems.
yeah, which is ideal. If he comes that way, that's the best thing because we can flank him from the north. So we'll flank him from the
Hey,
north.
we're in the same force. Does that mean like you could share your location, like your troops?
Yeah, you can share your information with me. Yes, you can tell me what you know.
Uh, well, I know nothing for now, but
Mm.
can you like where's your units? Like where's yours?
Okay, so
this.
the rest of my regiment is in Steinheim. Steinheim is where
Right.
I have my forces holding for the moment. So ideally, we want them to have to come through the muddy terrain to attack us.
Yes, that would be ideal.
Yeah. So we're going to defend behind that. So, and then as they get into that muddy terrain, your forces, your cavalry should attack from the rear, and that should destroy them. So,
So do I wait until you engage them?
yes, yeah, wait until they commit to the attack. Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So do I, because I'm going to give an order of movements, do I leave the chat, the voice?
You don't have to leave the chat until you move away from my location.
Okay.
So you don't have to leave the chat. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So we just hang out here. You can leave if you want to.
I prefer not to be,
Okay. All right.
but
You'll
it's
be,
nice though.
yes. So, all right. Yeah, you'll be fine. Okay. I myself have to go downstairs. I'll be right back.
Alright.
But I have my headphones on, so here I just won't be able to reply.
Yes, General of the Cavalry.
Okay. So how's my dragoons going? Uh, is my dragoons at like is it at the town now?
Your dragoons, they are. It is assumed your dragoons are where you ordered them.
Alright.
This is one of the disadvantages of not leading from the front, is not knowing where they are.
Yes, definitely. Could I send my the units in Transaldorf to the forward lines in Bellersheim?
Yeah, you can send them to Belasha.
Alright. And whilst can I order my dragoons in the forward position in Bellersheim?
You can send the courier to go order them, yeah? Anything works.
Okay, and how do I send a courier?
And now you just give an order and it
Oh.
will automatically, someone will go tell the order. Or you can go there yourself.
Alright, I would like to give an order for half of the dragoon to just move forwards up to town and just like a little bit forwards, not that much.
Okay.
Actually, all of them. Yeah, all of them to move west a bit, not as far as town, and my Uhlans to move follow the dragoons in Bellerstein.
Okay. And you yourself, where do you go with you and your general staff?
I shall follow my Uhlans in Transdorf to Bershheim. So when I arrive at Bershheim, my command will still be in the Uhlans.
Okie.
And wait, and also actually my other part of the Uhlans in the north, I can't see them also.
Yeah, there are woods and a town blocking your way, and you are right now near Feld Marshal.
Yes, I am nearby.
Hey. I think that's for the Uhlans in the Hangen area. Do I know they're in Hangen or are they still traveling?
It is assumed They are in Hangen right now.
Well, I would like to give an order if they're in Hangen to move to Ober the road.
Sorry, to Oben what? Oh, Ober.
Uh,
Yes, Ober W. Yeah, I see that. Okay. Anything else?
no, that's it.
Okay.
So, Field Marshal, I guess this is goodbye.
Okay, good luck. You have your orders. You're doing just fine. You're going to do great. Thank you.
Yeah, you too. Bye.
Okay, we're still waiting for contact with the enemy. So far, there's nothing to do, nothing to report until that happens. Once we do have contact, then there'll be a scramble.
Hello, Marshall. Are you with me?
Do you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Okay, what's up?
I do apologize. For did I send? Oh yeah, for being so zoomed out.
No,
But
don't
I
worry.
thought
It's all good. Let's
you
go. What do we got?
You see a cloud of dust rising from your
Okay.
southwest. Other than that, you hear small musketry fire coming from around Bellersheim. Not too much, quite sporadic.
Okay, cloud of dust to my south. I mean, Berstadt, Wittersheim, where? To the south.
Uh, Upfer. Upfer?
UTPHE?
All right. Well, the cloud of smoke comes from the cavalry that you see coming your way.
Okay, there's cavalry coming my way. From where?
Yeah, your screenshot.
Oh, there they are.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Fall back to Steinheim quickly. Myself and
Roger
everything.
that.
And then, yep. Okay.
I'll go get the others.
Okay, thank you. All right. There's the enemy contact. And surprisingly, there are French forces right here. French cavalry. So I don't know how they got so far forward so quickly, but here they are. They're right there, and there's more than one of them. So they have a commander with them, so we need to get the heck out of there. All right. Okay, despite being caught with French cavalry approaching here from the south, possibly even going this way, all is pretty much well. He is obviously coming through Bellersheim as initially expected. The Lancers are already on the flank. I should have additional units around here. And I have obviously these units here and these units here. So he's probably not going to get through. We'll be able to block him. So let's see what happens. The reason for the optimistic tone in my dispatch is that I don't want commanders to be discouraged by the fact that we're being taken by some surprise by that French cavalry, because that's typical in war. Their enemy is going to spring some kind of a surprise, or something unexpected is going to happen. And how you react to that initial shock is really, really important. If you become like a deer in the headlights and you freeze up or you panic, you could lose the battle before it even begins. Whereas if you say, okay, it's just garden variety surprise, let's just deal with it, and let's not throw the whole plan out because the plan's pretty good. If you can survive that initial shock, then you should be in good shape. I don't know if there's a term for that, but I'm sure there's psychology for all of that. So it'll be interesting to learn more. Let's be consistent with our colors, shall we? Okay, so I am preparing for the enemy to approach. So these units, first and second, should fall back, maybe even take position on this higher ground out here. I'll be in Steinheim, and then the other units here will be in Rodenheim, or Rodheim. So whichever way this cavalry goes, if it goes uphill, it's going to run into me.
Hello, Field Marshal Marshall.
Hello. Okay, I see my report. My guys are back at Steinheim.
Yep. I gave you 2 screenshots so that way you could get a close up to see what your actual units are and then an actual battlefield perspective.
Sure, no problem. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I sent a screenshot with my desired positioning.
All right.
So they're to take a defensive position, fire on anything that approaches, obviously, if it's cavalry, form square.
Also, you have postage.
Oh, boy. Good. Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Another one.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right. Let me go check the other guys out.
Thank you. Okay, we got one more dispatch here. This is from my infantry commander in the north. This is from Vizen. I hear the sound of muskets. It is as you predicted. What is most likely the French army is advancing from the center. I shall move my men to Schlei B near Hungen to be reorganized. Alright, so he's probably... He should, as he's already doing, he's doing the right thing. He's acting in accord with the situation. So that means he's going to set this as his next objective. He's probably going to come down here in preparation to outflank these units.
Field Marshal, I almost forgot.
Go ahead.
You hear very distant cannon fire from what you believe to be the town of Munzenberg across the valley.
Excellent. That's exactly what I predicted. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Music to my ears. Okay. There's no update yet. They must be rolling dice, probably around Bellersheim, where I have my advanced cavalry units. They're supposed to fall back, so if they're fighting, that's not good. But okay, and it might just be advanced elements. My cavalry commander might be really trying to find out more details about the enemy, which could be why he's sticking around in there. So we'll see what happens. There's also this report of dust or something, probably in the direction of Langsdorff. I don't know if there's French movement there, but it's possible they have cavalry at least coming through there to scout. So we'll see what happens. Standing by. Okay, so we have a report. And all it tells me is that the units are doing what they were supposed to do.
Field Marshal.
Hey, I'm here.
So, as you get your men into line, you can see the cavalry scurry off to the west.
What
After
cavalry?
the cavalry that was at
The French?
Yes, the French cavalry.
Oh, that's bad.
And then a short time after that, you hear lots of gunfire, possibly a whole engagement out there.
Yeah, they're engaged with my cavalry. So that's not good. I'm going to have a hard time with my dragoons. We're going to take losses, I think. Hopefully the lancers are in the area, but we'll see. Okay. Hopefully he can get himself out. Huh. Okay, no problem. All's well.
And then I have a dispatch for you.
Okay.
I think, at least.
Okay, it says here we are trying to get a hold of you regarding your car's extended warranty.
Yes.
Oh man. Wow.
All right, let me see what Vizzy's up to out there.
Supporting troops. Okay. That's Hindenburg. Good. Your U looks like an E. Oh. Huh. Okay. I don't know what he means by your U looks like an E. But okay, it's all good. All right, he's going according that we're doing the plan. All's well. Thank you. Okay, so folks, we have probably suffered a minor defeat in the field. Our dragoons have probably been overwhelmed. I did not expect him to turn left towards Bellersheim to bag some dragoons. It seems like a small prize when he could be trying to find more information about our positions or something, but that's not really what concerns me. What really concerns me is this unit up here. What is this? Are there French forces moving towards Hungen? Hungen should be a good strong point for us, but I have a commander who's moved off it to move south. So if the Schwerpunkt is through Beldersheim, then this commander moving south is probably a good opportunity here. Now I face a decision. I have a dilemma. What if he is in fact coming through here, and I'm defending back here, but this guy is forward in his position, in which case the French can defeat him in detail, and then they have a hole to punch through. So this moving forward, maybe it's not such a good idea after all. So he's indicated to me that he plans to do that. He's probably already put the orders in motion, and by the time I catch up, it's going to be really hard for me to extract him. So now we have sort of a Daniel Sickle situation, where he's gone forward, he's going to get engaged, he's in danger of being defeated in detail, and unless I commit the rest of our forces to bail him out, he's going to be lost. And if he is lost, then the French will be able to outmaneuver us and pass on through, more or less. Um, It would be a pretty serious thing to lose a division. So, at a minimum, I need to send him a dispatch telling him to move back to Hungen. But I also need him to report his status. So, this is this is not good. Okay, so I need to issue a dispatch to him. So this is a tough one. This is real tough. I hate to withdraw, engage troops like that, or troops that are moving like that, but I hate to tell him, no, turn around and go back. But given the situation, I don't know if I can have him up there. It's too dangerous. 7:15, I think, is the time. Visit is the commander. Okay. Okay, so I have sent a dispatch. It goes like this. If you are not heavily engaged, fall back to Hungen. From your forward position, you are unsupported and in danger of being defeated in detail. Remember, the plan is to fight a defensive battle, and we do not want to give up our good ground on the hills. It is noted the dragoons are having a difficult time. However, we cannot sacrifice a portion of the corps over that. If the enemy concentrates to our south, then your flanking maneuver can be performed and it will be well timed. Right now, it is too soon. Salutations. Okay. Let's see. And I need to edit this real quick. Edit. There we go. All right. Let's see what happens. Let's see if my speculation is right. I love playing with Peter, man. Peter's great. He's a good player. He's part of the original UK gang, and he's played for ages. A fun guy. Love playing with him. He routinely cleans my clock. What can I say? Probably cheats, but whatever. But I like playing with him anyway. I don't know if Peter's going to watch this live stream or not. Oh, Peter. Love him. Okay, another screenshot, but no new information, I don't think. Let me look here. I do see a block to my south. That may be Prussian battery, is what it looks like. Yeah, it's Prussian battery right here for some reason. Doing what? Okay, we'll see. All right. Really quiet on the YouTube. The usual suspects didn't make it today. They're probably either crashed out from last night or they got on at 8 and didn't see us go live and said, well, maybe they're not doing it today. But we are, just behind schedule.
Hello, Field Marshal, Field Marshal.
Hey, I'm here.
Okay. The musket fire you heard shooting earlier is still firing quite rapidly, but moving further away from you to the north.
To the north. Okay.
Yeah.
Um,
That's your only info.
yeah, I need to know what the hell's going on. I don't have dispatches. I've sent a dispatch to the commander up there, and I imagine things are going poorly for the dragoons. And I don't know what the lancers are doing, so I can't leave my own command. Can I send an officer? Can I send a lieutenant somewhere to look, to see what he can see and report back? Can I send a lieutenant to in Haydn to look around the area and then report back?
Yeah, it'll take him a
Yeah,
moment to get there.
take
Yeah,
him. It'll be like an hour's round trip probably, but by all means, maybe only 30 minutes, but by all means.
yeah, it's a man on his horse alone if you want. So,
Yeah, yeah. Okay, perfect.
all right.
Just tell me what you see. All right, thanks. Okay, so I'm sending a scout, and I don't know what the result of that will be. But I'm sending a scout here. It will take about 3 or 4 turns to arrive, meaning to get there and come back with a report. But the idea is I need to know what the heck is going on. Can't see what's happening to my boys, to quote General Pickett in Gettysburg. So, if fighting is moving north, then we're in danger of being flanked, and I have to start moving my units north. However, if this is just a cavalry action, I don't want to, move my whole army north when the main Schwerpunkt is going to land right where I am. So, remains to be seen. Okay, still standing by for an update. We're in kind of a precarious situation here where I see us kind of reacting, and a little prematurely at that, to what the enemy's doing. Really, I want him to blunder into us, and then we envelop him. It's just kind of not happening that way. I have a good commander who took the initiative to go south in preparation to flank the enemy, but ultimately I think that was a premature move. I don't know what's happening to my north now. I'm concerned about my commander in the north being attacked. He could get defeated in detail. We don't want that to happen. So I've had to make a difficult choice, which is to have him countermand his last order and consider returning his forces to Hungen instead of in his attack point, or his whatever point you call it, where his initial point where he's going to jump off. Because I think it's too close to the enemy Schwerpunkt, which is through Bellersheim probably. Anyway, we're still standing by. I should be getting a report any minute now. Okay, I now have another dispatch. Let's see it. This one is for my cavalry. They're the ones who are having a hard time. They're in Munzenberg, which is here, lie the enemy artillery and infantry, and south of the lightly wooded area of Reed lie the enemy's cavalry. Reed. Okay, well, it's to the south. I don't know where that is or what that means, but to the south. Okay, we're just gonna... Okay. My dragoons as well as I shall retreat to Treslorf. Okay, so they're coming back here, while my Uhlans are located somewhere in Schlei B. Good, very good. I shall regroup with you and send my men north to flank them. Excellent. Okay, this is a good development. That's a good dispatch. Let me take a look at my picture. All's well. I have enemy or friendly. I think it's this unit here. Somewhere over here. It's around there. That's fine. Okay. Alright, this is it's all good news. And Dave is here. And hello, Dave. Happy New Year to you, too. Good to see you, Dave. Okay, so we have our cavalry, our dragoons, are retreating. They'll be coming back to this position here. Okay. The enemy is, of course, no longer here. We actually don't know where he is now. And hey, go ahead.
I'm just getting your mail. Here it is. So, you still hear the rifle fire. It is very much just continuous.
That is to my west.
Yes, it's heading to the north, though, so northwest.
Okay, where the heck is General Vizen? Ask this dispatch writer where the hell he came from.
He came from Hungen.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
That is...
Okay, this is tough decision time. Are you still handing out updates? Or
Yeah,
are
I'm just
you
gonna give one to Vizen and then...
Yeah, go ahead and do that, and then I'll have my orders for you.
All right.
Okay, I face a dilemma here. Do I hold position and stick with the original plan, or do I move north to aid Vizen? Now the question is, lie enemy. I don't know. I don't know. I could send him one of my regiments, but I won't. I'm going to probably have to move as quickly as possible towards Hungen. And let's figure out my order of march. Okay, so will be myself, 1st Battalion, and let's flip these. Man. Okay, so here's that. Do I want to take the whole command up there, though? This is a tough choice. Very tough choice. If I take the whole command up there, we'll probably be assured victory. But then what the heck happens in the south? What if what's in the north is a diversion? But if he's outnumbered, it's probably not a diversion, because he's got a pretty big force. He could also be overreacting to a report and assuming he's outnumbered when he's not. Anyway, let's go up there, and then we'll have to countermarch and come south. So, I've got a lot of work to do right now. Okay, so...
Hello, hello, Field Marshal. I'm here for your orders.
Okay, I will send a screenshot. Let's see here. Okay, here we go. Here's the detail. And then here is the general intent. There you go. We're moving north. We're moving up to Hungen. Order of march is in the detail. So basically, first, it's what is that? Jordis, first battalion,
Yeah.
battery, second battalion, and so on, with me at the head of the column.
All right. I get
Okay.
that done.
I'll ride slightly ahead to get there a few minutes early, but not too far from my men. I don't know if that makes any difference. And my poor scout. Send a corporal on a horse to look for the scout and tell the scout I'll be up towards Hungen now.
Roger that.
Yeah, okay, no problem. All right,
All right.
thank you.
I'll be waiting for you, Hungen.
I'll have some dispatches. I've got to write them up.
All right. Sounds good.
Okay, bye-bye. Okay, let's see here. Dispatch time. Okay, dispatch 2. Hindenburg. Let's blow this up so you guys can see what I'm doing. And I don't know what the time is. The time is 7:30. A message I have to write out. Okay, and I need to double check where Hindenburg is. Und Wittersheim. Okay. Is it UT? UNT. That's what I thought. Alright. Okay. Oh, he needs to be here. Cut. Let's see here. Enemy forces at Okay, let's. All right, there we go. Let's see here. All right. We have issued the orders. So my units are on the road march. That's what that screenshot said. Let's take a quick second look at it. I'm at. Oh, I'm not even close. I'm here. Like that. Okay, but that's fine. Okay, so we're headed up that way. Alright, I should be sending him a dispatch. Okay. There we go.
Hello, Field Marshal.
Hello, here I am.
Things are moving quite fast, as you can probably tell.
Yep. Everything's moving fast but me. Go ahead.
Trust me, you're probably one of the faster ones. Yeah, things are.
This is really
We're on
interesting.
schedule, but
Good. It's going to be interesting to see if Peter's outmaneuvering me. He may be.
your corporal caught your lieutenant as he was on his way back, and they managed to catch up to you.
Okay, what'd they see?
The French cavalry have ran the Austrian cavalry north towards Hungen.
Okay.
Along with that, they could see a very long trail of smoke from their to their northwest.
Okay. Alrighty.
Well, not smoke, but dust.
Yeah.
On the march.
There's stuff going on. That's why I'm moving north.
Yep.
So, okay.
Other than that, let me see if you have any dispatches.
I have several going. I have a few going out. So,
Yes, and you have one coming in.
okay.
And let me check yours to make sure if they'll get there this turn.
Who sent this dispatch?
You ask them, and it is Hindenburg.
Okay, yeah, he needs to put his name on his work.
Yes, I do agree.
Yeah. Okay. All
Let
right.
me check notes.
Gotta put your name, Hindenburg. I don't know who you're coming from. And then I'm looking at the locations. Uther Hill. Where the heck is Uther? I think it's right here. Anyway, okay. Yeah, he's operating to the south. Anyway, okay. Alright, that's fine. I don't want to leave that area uncovered, so. He's doing the right things, it's just he needs to put his name on his dispatches. Okay.
Hello, hello, Field Marshal.
Hello, what do you got?
You can see where your lieutenant was talking about the Trail of Dust. It is on the hill just west of Hungen. However, you see it dying down slowly.
Okay.
You see cavalry huddled, packing the streets of the Hungen.
Mm-hmm. They're friendly.
Other than that, they are yours. Yes.
Okay,
Uh,
so we hold Hungen and there's nothing going on.
Pretty much. All quiet for now.
Okay. All right.
Good.
I'm close enough now. I'm going to ride ahead to communicate with the commander there, but I'm halting my column where it is. My column will halt right
Yeah.
here at what, grass or wherever, more or less. I'm not going to move them any closer. If they're not needed, I may have to snap back to the center. I'm going to ride ahead. I hate this. I hate leaving my command. Ah, damn it. But I
I'll
have
see what
to.
I can do, because you are close enough to where you would make it before the next turn, technically.
I would not.
To where you would, but I'll see what Otto wants to do.
If there's an issue, the command should stay with me, even if they have to countermarch. But I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. It doesn't matter. They can stay with me either way. It doesn't matter. I just have to go ahead and find out what the heck is going on.
All right, let me get everything else from everyone else.
Thank you.
And
Thank you. All right. So, 2 enemy infantry regiment at most to the northwest near, and cavalry to the south of Reed following up north. I don't know, down to the south of Reed following up north? And he has Ulan in ill hidden. So there's something going on here in Reed, but I don't know what. So,
Field Marshal,
yes.
as you gallop your horse to exhaustion almost to the city of Hungen, you make it into town, and the streets are packed full of Austrian dragoons and lancers. As some are shot, most are resting though, and you make it to the command group of the other two divisions.
Oh, Lord. Okay, we got 3 of them here, huh? Okay, thank you.
Yep. You can move
Okay.
down there if you like.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so when all the commanders are together, I like to drop a little meme on the board that illustrates what the heck must be going on here. Let's see here. Where is it? It's not here. It's not in my meme collection. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Well, what do you do? That's okay. You know what? I can pull it in from the other game. Because you wonder, what are all these commanders doing here? Well, the answer is and even here is a bunch of stuff. Look at all that. All my memes. But you know what? I don't have time to keep looking for memes. I don't know why everything else shows up. Oh well, worry about it next time. All right.
Down there.
Never mind. He's up here now.
Hello, Marshall.
Hey, what's the scoop, guys?
We've been holding this position for the past, as long as I can remember.
Where are the enemy?
We sent a scouting party southwest. Yes.
Southwest. Are there any to the north?
I have not been attacked from that position yet, so I don't think there is.
Okay, hold this position. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, square.
Mm-hmm.
Counter march back to the original position, please. Whole force.
All right.
Thank you. Okay, so that was pointless. It wasn't really. I sound like I'm mad and frustrated and annoyed, and I'm actually not because it's totally part of the experience. But I'm like, oh, man, I thought there was going to be action up here, and there's nothing. Like, nothing. What is all that fuss about? So, turn back to the center and wait for the enemy to show up. So, there we have it. Okay, that's the end of that. Now I'm going to find that meme. Gonna find that meme. Let's see here. Not receiving an adequate amount of intelligence from your couriers. Dave. No, I'm not. My commander's not putting their. Well, one of my commanders didn't put his name on the report. So what do you do? What do you do? What do you do? Where the heck? I have house guests, so they're a little noisy. Let's see here. Okay, let's see here. Found the image. But where did it go? Look at all these files I need to delete. Huh. Some downloads. Alright, here we go.
Hello, Field Marshal.
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, it's going.
Good. Okay, what do you got?
You do still see the dust clouds to the northwest of Hungen as you ride away. On top of that, you see the cavalry on your way back off to your right.
Off to my... Okay, so that means towards in Haydn.
Yep,
And what cavalry is that? Is that
that is
friendly?
French.
French cavalry.
Quite
Okay.
a lot of it too, is they have a long trail of dust. You can tell from the trail from your experience that it's not as many cavalry as you had, but it is still a substantial amount.
Okay, so they're heading towards Hungen, right?
They are.
Okay, where am I? Where? Let me see my location.
Currently, you're at the back of your column. You've just gotten back with your general staff, and your entire column has flipped around. About
Okay,
face.
there we go. Okay. Oh, I see them. Oh, they're deployed. Oh, they're having a meeting. Oh my gosh, I can see it through my telescope. Okay. Um, let's hold here. Hold here, form line facing the enemy.
All right.
Just halt and turn and face the enemy.
Where would you like your cannons, or do you just want them set up where they are?
Um, well, hang on. Let's see. Are there any roads they could take up this way? That right where grass is.
Uh, as you can see, there's some trail that goes through light woods, but other than that, there's no major roads they can take.
Yeah, let's pause here for one turn. Deploy everything right where it is. Doesn't matter. Just pause here for one turn. I'll continue to move towards the head of my column. And when I get to the head of my column, then we'll resume the march back to where we were originally. But we're going to hold right here and make them see us right here. Maybe they'll think we're bigger than we really are. So that's
Roger
fine.
that.
Thanks. We'll hold for one turn here. Thanks. Okay. Now, downloads. Oh, here it is. Oh, you know what? The saved file is not an image file, which is why I could not pull it up. Okay. Here I was. I thought I was just insane. Turns out not really. Okay. Anyway, let's just show you here in Kriegspiel memes. Let's see here. So here's the picture, right? And let's see if I can. There we go. That's what's happening when all the generals are getting together, especially the cavalry commanders like the French are doing right now. They're just getting together and well, what else are they doing? What are they doing? I don't like it when commanders congregate because there tends to be command paralysis. and they're not commanding their units necessarily. So, I'm probably being too harsh, but it does concern me when the commanders are gathered together, especially if they're not with their units. If they're with their units, okay. But then we have a lot of stuff to cover, and we should be on the maneuver, not on the defensive. Of course, we are fighting on the defensive today on our side. But the more running around and maneuvering we're doing, perhaps the more we're confusing the enemy. I don't know. I just have a problem with the units congregating. Just do, the commanders in particular, and the units. Alright. I'm not being very articulate. I'm so tired. Okay. Let's see what happens. So it's looking to me like the cavalry's kind of bottled up here. Right here. And I'll show you. I'll draw what I see. I see cavalry units here like this. They're right there. And they're just kind of holding there. Whereas I'm over here. And maybe they're seeing me here. And they could come around like this, but I should be able to beat them here. And we are going to come around quick. I need to mute these things. These notifications keep popping up. How do I do that? Where's red, blue? Edit channel. No, don't want to delete it. Just mute channel for 24. Mute for 24. There we go. Okay, now I won't get these annoying pop-ups that block my tools. Okay, so yeah, I don't know where we're at in terms of these positions here. But I do know that I've got cavalry up here. So we're actually kind of strong in the north. They don't need me there. Now it's a matter of the center. Oh boy. Oh boy. Look at that. So here's the screenshot that I just got. So that's right here. So they're facing me now.
Hello, Field Marshal.
Hey,
Marshal.
hey, I'm here. Okay. All right. Yeah, I see that. I don't know if they're in artillery range.
Your guns reckon they can hit him.
Okay, open.
Oh, right.
Otherwise, we'll hold position if they advance form squares.
Roger that.
Thanks.
Let me go check the others.
I don't observe any horse artillery. But anyway, this is perfect for him to Hindenburg to do this. Perfect. Very pleased with that. I don't see any horse artillery in here. So for them to sit there and just keep getting pounded by these 12-pound guns is not very smart. But we'll see what they do. They might attack, and if they do, well, they'll smash themselves.
Marshal, I almost forgot.
Yeah, go ahead.
You can hear a cannon, well, a battery of cannons fire from your dear General Hindenburg's position
Okay.
at cavalry, as you can see.
Okay. Phew. And am I to the south of my column?
You are.
Okay. Well, I send a scout south to see what he can see as far as Steinheim. Have him report back.
Roger that.
Send the loyal lieutenant and the corporal out.
All right.
All right, thanks. Okay, yeah, I don't want to react to just noise, you know. Oh man, he is fighting down there. There is smoke. In the corner right here, there's smoke. But I think that's artillery. Oh man. So if I give ground, these guys can get through. I don't want these cavalry to hold up infantry like that. I should be getting a dispatch from him though if something serious is happening. And I don't have any dispatches. So the problem is that smoke could be him firing on, you know, cavalry or something small. It's not necessarily his main force. Hmm.
Hello, Field Marshal Marshall.
All right, hello.
As you order for your cannons to fire at the cavalry, just as they get trained on target, the cavalry run off to the west.
Oh, how sad. Okay, move south. South
Move
to
south.
the original positions, just like they were before, an hour or
Roger
so
that.
ago. Thank you. All right, that was the expected outcome. So far, I think they're probing. They're trying to find a way around, and what they're probably going to do is concentrate and fall on a flank. Or they could be pushing to the south, which should be fine as well, but there's probably no good options for Peter here. For him to attack me, we've got good ground. But again, he's probably found our flanks, so he could concentrate and try to go to a flank, and that requires good scouting. And the problem is, I've got cavalry in the north who aren't scouting anymore. They're licking wounds and I guess supporting everything in the north. On the one hand, I'm kind of okay with that because I want them there to reinforce that northern regiment. But at the same time, I'm concerned with not knowing what the enemy is doing. We probably need to send a dispatch to the cavalry commander, tell him to resume scouting the enemy. But the enemy has really powerful cavalry, so he's probably pretty shy about doing that, it seems. He's going to be shy about doing that after getting, hit. And then, if he were to scout out the enemy, how does he get those reports back to me? And first time player. So, I don't know. It might be better to have him just up there in the north supporting that infantry regiment. Probably what we'll do. Leave him on that task. He'll be alright. If he doesn't know what to do, he'll send me a dispatch and request orders, I'm sure. I hope. Okay, looks like I got another photo report and it shows nothing, so um, I don't know if we're getting back to our position, but the enemy is not present at our center. The Empire's spending a lot of time with Hindenburg, so there might be something going on to the south. However, that unit defending at Treselorf is still there. So he hasn't recalled that, so I don't know what Peter is playing at, man. Maybe he's trying to get me to come down. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, still waiting for an update, but I should be getting one any minute now. Okay, so the question is, what are the blue dots? Those are cavalry units from the enemy. However, that information is quite dated, so I don't know if there's anything still there or not. I actually think that's the same cavalry that moved up to around Inheiden and was driven off by the threat of artillery. So we'll move them aside.
Hello, Field Marshal Marshall.
Hey, man, we don't see a darn thing. Go ahead.
So you can't make out specifics, but you do see large columns, very large line actually, running north to south, facing Hindenburg.
Facing Hindenburg, north to south. Along what road, please?
The road from Enheiden to Utphe.
Okay, and is it an infantry column or a cavalry column?
It's a mixture.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah. Deploy here. Deploy here
All right, let
at
me go.
Steinheim, right? And Steinheim, just like originally.
Your fortress city.
Yep. Yep. Just like before. Okay.
Roger that.
All right. Thanks. I don't know what's going on up north, and I don't know what's going on down south. I just know the center seems to be incredibly secure for some reason. Where would he cross here in the south? He doesn't even have a path except down here in the very south through Berstadt. That's where he's going. That's where he's going. Could be going this way. Could be going that way. Okay, let's see here. Well, if he's going to the south, let's take a look at my reports and such. Still don't have any new reports. Okay, now we have another report. And it shows just that we're back in our original positions. No dispatches yet.
Hello, hello, Field Marshal.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going.
Okay, good,
I have got some news for you.
good.
Hindenburg's batteries are firing quite heavily, and you can see just at the crest of the hill as battalions of infantry seem to be running away.
What battalions of infantry?
Hindenburg's.
They're running away. Where are they running away at? What location is that exactly?
They are running towards the Utfer mountain and getting on the backside of it, running away from the town of Utfer.
Okay, march south towards Unterwittersheim, please.
Roger that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so my general in the south is defending probably piecemeal, not concentrated. And that's causing him to get his units smashed. I don't know what the French are doing. I assume they're coming south. They're going to hook south. And they also seem to be coming in north. In the north, they're meeting a force of equal size. Really, with infantry, they should be able to hold them. So, let's communicate to them. moving south despite the dire reports from the north. I've already run north on one dire report to find it was nothing. And if allegedly there's 6 or 7 battalions, well, guess what? Here's 6 battalions here. And then there's all of this cavalry. And it might not be all that cavalry, but there'll be some. And there's a battery. So ultimately, there should be no problem with these units being able to hold here in the north. They also have the benefit of some terrain. And if they have to fall back, then fall back. But ultimately, they should hold. It's down here in the south where I think the main attack is coming that I need to be. Because once I can receive that, then we can repulse them. Okay, let's see here. So we're heading south. I've told the guys in the north they need to hold. Sorry. And sometimes that's just how it is. Hindenburg in the south has spent a lot of time holding on his own. Now it's time to repay the favor and help Hindenburg out. The center just seems so quiet. But I can see the strategic crossroads right here west of Kreisloft has become somewhat important. If we were able to hold that, like with our cavalry or something, that would have thrown a wrench in the plans. Things have slowed down, so there must be a lot of action, both certainly in the south and possibly in the north as well. Still waiting for a report. Nothing yet. Chiefly because there's nothing going on. Or I mean, not for me there. The umpires are busy rolling dice on other combats probably.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
I gave you a little funky screenshot, just that way you could see what was going up on the hilltop.
Okay. Let me take a look. Okay, I see that.
At the moment, you just hear the lone battery going off, and the troops have begun to rally at the ridge of the hill.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right. Yeah, I need him to fall back. So what we need to do is establish. Uh, why is he up there? That was not the plan. I don't mind him having a little force forward, but that was not the plan. He needs to fall back. So let's establish a line at Und Wittersheim. I'll prepare something and send you a screenshot.
Roger that. I will go get the brief the others.
Okay, we'll do. I don't know what the enemy plan of attack would be. He could come through here on that little trail, but that's unlikely. More likely he's going to come south along this road. Therefore, I'll situate myself there. Or actually right here. And then we'll move these units right here with artillery. Like that. Oh, crazy. That doesn't belong with me. That's not even me. Here's me. Okay. And then let's have, I think like this maybe. Yeah. I don't like that, but that provides a reserve that he can rally on. Okay, and then alright, here we go. Dispatch to. Okay, now let's. I don't know what time it is. I think it's 10 o'clock. Maybe 10:15. go. Okay. So both of my commanders need some serious help from me. And I am trying to provide it. So, let's see here. We have a force here. Probably here. And what we need to do is he needs to retreat here. Then we need to hold this line here. We want to hold this line. Alright, let's see what happens. All right, another blank screenshot.
I'm sorry. So, obviously you are much faster than your infantry, getting over these hills, so
Mhm.
they are lagging a little bit behind, but you know they're just on the other side of these woods.
Right. Okay.
You do hear quite a lot of musket fire go off at the mountain that Hindenburg was on.
Yeah, Utfi or whatever. At
Yep.
Ufa. Yeah. Yeah, he's too far forward. The plan was we would defend behind this marshy, muddy terrain or whatever it is. Instead, he pulled the sickles. And I'm not. I mean, he needs to fall back. I'm not going to go forward. I'll just get destroyed along with him. He needs to fall back.
Yeah, it's a situation.
Yeah, it's the terrain. So I have no idea what's happening in the north. I figure this is probably going to end soon. But we'll see. We'll see. So yeah, I sent him a dispatch to fall back, and that is what it is.
I'm going to get everything uh, readied up.
Okay. Yeah, I don't. I'm not going to have any changes in orders.
All right.
Thanks. That's right, Dave. Everyone loves it when the commanders pull a Daniel Sickles. And for those who don't know what that means, Daniel Sickles was a Union division commander, I believe, at Gettysburg, the Battle of Gettysburg, and he saw some nice defensive terrain to his front that he liked better than the line that he was in, so he advanced his unit to occupy the defensive terrain, but it exposed him, and so the Confederates attacked him quite savagely. And the Union, in order to basically bail him out, had to start feeding in a lot of troops, and it just turned into a big meat grinder with massive casualties on both sides, fighting over that little tiny bit of land that Sickles thought was better. So, I mean, he was right. Yeah, it's better defensive terrain, but without flank support, it's useless. So, in fact, it's a liability. So, as I like to say to people, not all money is good money, right? Not all ground is good ground, even though it's high, or somehow would normally be advantageous. So, we'll see. We'll see. I know that Hindenburg wanted to have a force forward to observe and see the enemy. I figured, him putting a battalion forward was smart, but moving the whole division forward, or the whole regiment forward, whatever, I'm not so sure about that. But we'll see. He had his logic. I'm going to trust him, and he's otherwise performed quite brilliantly all battle. Just didn't put his name on his dispatch at one time, but big deal. Who cares? Let's see here. Hopefully he falls back and makes it back, and then the French can come scrap with me. Okay, another report. Just basically says I'm in my position. So we'll see what else happens. Not much for me. Maybe I'll get some dispatches or see. Hang on. Umpires here, go ahead.
The firing on the hill at Utfer dies down, and what you can get a glimpse of is a full retreat from the Prussian forces.
Okay, good. Perfect. Thank you. No,
Other than that, you're not on too much. You're not too great at the hilltop. You don't have much to see around you.
okay, yep, no changes in orders.
Roger that.
Okay.
Field Marshal, do you have any fight left in you?
I haven't been engaged at all.
I know. Do you wanna play for a few turns?
It's your decision as lead umpire. I'll be okay with whatever decision you make. You decide.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, okay. Well, doesn't matter what happens right now. I'm going to end the game here. 1 sec.
Okay, thank you. Gotta tell you, it sounds like we lost. But we'll see.
Come and or square tables. Do you have good internet? Can you stream the
Yeah, I can.
channel? Okay. All right, everyone.
What happened?
So we are going to end the game here because in a few turns' time, it would be very likely that the commander of the coalition forces would call a retreat, or if he would fight, it would be likely not a victorious one in terms of outcomes, since he does have sizable French formation still against him. So in the north here, we got General der Infantry of the Landwehr units, General Field Marshal actually, Wizen here with his shattered brigade or division, whatever you want to call it. Most of them have surrendered, and then you have one battalion holding out in the city, and the Austrian cavalry has been sent off and is quite inactive right now. And the flanks are being covered by French cavalry right now. So, yeah. How do I even start this debriefing? I had originally planned that we would have maybe even like 6 versus 6 amount of players, but I thought this was an excellent amount of players for what we were doing, and we had some really good first-time umpires like Dr. Marmont and Square Tables, who knew exactly what to do, and I didn't need to do anything regarding what they were doing. Like, they did their job quite well, and from what I heard, they were quite descriptive in telling what's happening around you, and I thought the pace of the game was okay. Well, yeah, looks like it has been a victory for the French forces.
Hoorah.
In South Thrace Horlof, there was a assault, from what I noticed, against the coalition forces that resulted in some French casualties, but, well, you can see the result here. I think let's start doing this debriefing with, like, Otto speaking. So that was my debriefing of the battle and what I thought about it. I thought it was a good game. And Square Tables, you can go next, and then we'll have the core commanders of both sides, and then we'll go by individual players. So Square Tables, go ahead and say whatever you want to say.
I would say it was a pretty good game. There were a few times where I kind of pulled my hair out. Like, I tossed some free chicken up north, and I was like, man, there's a really long trail of dust. Like, very long. And then I'm so sad, but Marshall just turned around and left after he was told there's no enemies. And then as soon as he left, that's when the horde just came over the hills. And poor Hungan was not ready for that one. That's all I have, though, for the core commands.
Could someone maybe give a rundown of what actually happened?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. So we had French units being divided or square tables do you think you are more competent in saying this?
I mean, probably on the Austrian side, because that's where I actually...
Okay, well, I'll tell the French side. So you had 4 French players. You had 2 players around here, starting in Munchenheim, or whatever that is, heading the road here around Langsdorff, and eventually ending up in Hengen. There was a lot of... It was a big old marching column over there in the north. And then you had one commander, General Dubois, in the center in Munzenberg, who was being quite defensive, basically covering the center by just standing on the hill near the medieval castle of Munzenberg. And then you had a cavalry troop in the south, which marched through here in the south and divided its forces, was in a very small skirmish with the Austrian cavalry units. So went over here to Utfe, saw some movement in Treishof and cavalry units marching through this road here, and decided to stop, and then it had a successful ambush of a enemy cavalry unit, an Austro cavalry unit here near what is this, Ried, which resulted in some cavalry combat or chasing, well, how would you say it, skirmishing between the cavalry, which resulted in some of the Austrian cavalry squadrons losing some of their men, and they became in disarray and were forced to retreat to Hagen, most of them. To which then the French forces moved up their forces at some point here past Bellersheim to meet the Austrian defenses somewhere near Treishof, and in the north a big combat began with the French forces centering their forces on this hill here and then descending upon Hagen. So combat both in the north and in the center, and which result in the combat in the north resulted to a defeat of a Prussian division, and in the center I think we had a Prussian division being beaten back as well, though in the north it is basically wiped out. That's what happened for the most part from the French point of view, more or less.
So, on the Austrian Prussian side, we had one player start in Langd. What the fuck? Alright. We had another in Ronheim, and then the last was in Wendersheim. In Ronheim was the HQ, who set up a primary in Steinheim, and then moved the command group to Trasdorf up until cavalry pushed them back, and that's when they formed a defense along here. Those that started on the north marched to Hungen and made a defense to counter the incoming infantry from the northwest. And then once all the Austrian horses came from this way, they changed their defense to face the south. After linking up with the horses, that is when the attack kind of halted here from the French, and they sat there for quite some time up until probably within about 9 o'clock, if so, 9:30, and that's when they did their offensive. Down here in the south, they were spread out pretty far, multiple battalions all over, and then after this defense attack has been well on its way for quite some time, that is when the French in the center pushed through with the full cavalry in the front, pretty much causing a general retreat to the hill. And then French cannons were able to quickly drive off any of the Prussian defenders on the hill.
Alright. Well, I thought that was basically what battle went in a nutshell. So let's start with the corps commanders telling what they thought of the game and etc. So Marshall, go first.
Yeah, let's spin the map around so I can read it, please. Yeah. So the strategy was we identified some key defensive terrain from Hungen all the way down to it's that marshy terrain. It's this little valley, and there seems to be this marshy terrain that runs in front of the hills. Yes, exactly. So all of that terrain appeared to be very favorable for the defense. So our plan was we'll set up behind it. And initially, because we didn't have cavalry, we were like, well, we're going to have to send battalions forward to scout and make contact with the enemy. Then as the enemy approaches, we just fall back and let them hit us, let them come to us on the good ground. Then we got cavalry, so we decided, well, let's have the cavalry do that. I decided to go ahead and move my command to to the little town that was forward, because that would save us time in getting reports back. That would probably save us a turn in time. So I was there until French cavalry just magically appeared out of the south. And that was a surprise, but I just fell back and stuck to my plan. That French cavalry then turned west, and we had a cavalry screen from Wollbach to Bellersheim. So we had this whole line where there was supposed to be a cavalry screen, and they were supposed to be watching for the enemy. And when that cavalry turned west, I think they were in perfect position to bag some of our dragoons, which may have shook the cavalry commander, who then retreated north. For some reason, or at least at one point, I received a dispatch from my commander at Hungen that he was moving south, perhaps because he was expecting what I anticipated was that the enemy Schwerpunkt would just be in the center based on the road network, and he would be able to outflank from the north. But that was premature, and I didn't want him to do that. I don't know if he did or not, but I sent him an order to, basically hold in Hungen. Then I got reports that, hey, bad guys are coming, so I started marching north, and I rode ahead to the town, and when I got there, they're like, there's nothing here. They're not there. And I'm like, well, okay, I know I've got, stuff going on to my south. Why? I don't need to be here then if there's nothing there. Yeah, sure, there's dust, but it could be a fast-moving cavalry unit. It could be refugees. It could be anything, And so, without seeing French uniforms in the field, I had no choice but to return to my original defensive position. And then, of course, I received reports from the south. Hey, the south is being attacked, needs help. I'm like, okay, so again, sticking to the plan which is to defend behind the marshy terrain, I set up there, and when it was obvious that Hindenburg was being smashed, I told him, hey, fall back and retreat and rally on me, which was one of the last orders I gave. In the north, I received a dispatch that they were facing 6 or 7 battalions. And each block is 1 battalion. And so, obviously, my infantry force in the north has 6 battalions, plus the cavalry should be there. So in my estimation, we should have outnumbered the enemy in the north, based on the reports that I received. So I had no urgency or no concern. I expected the commanders to have, to deal with it with what they had, because versus 6 or 7 infantry battalions, 6 infantry plus a bunch of cavalry should be plenty, as well as a battery. Turns out that was completely wrong. Obviously, the Schwerpunkt was in the north, and what was happening in the south was a sideshow. I think if we had stuck to our plan in the south, I think that would have bore dividends for us. I don't know, though. There was a lot of ground that I had Hindenburg covering. Hindenburg was stretched pretty thin, and I don't really fault him. I think he did the best he could do. He really did. In fact, he helped develop the original defensive plan. But in the north, the only criticism I have is the enemy was underestimated, or at least from what I understood in the report, the enemy was smaller than he really was. So, and when I arrived there, I basically saw nothing, so I just turned around. So that was the fatal error. Had I gone north, the French would have had more than a fair fight. But instead, I just marched back and forth and was never engaged. So, yeah, we got crushed. I got the disadvantages of both and the advantages of neither.
All right, Marshal of France, Pete.
Okay, so first of all, I'd like to thank Ninja for taking over for a large portion of this battle. That's the first thing. Thanks for doing that, Ninja. So initial strategy was to hold the center and to do a double envelopment of the northern area. So for the cavalry to essentially bypass anything that came through the center and try and make its way to the north, with my larger infantry force to come around unseen, hopefully, to Langsdorff and then down to Hungen. So that was the plan. Then I started to make mistakes, which were actually addressed by Ninja. So I said to forgot your name again now. Who was it? Consa, to come directly south to Bettenhausen, because I felt like maybe Marshall was bringing his forces through the centre. But that was when I had to go, and Ninja then took control and essentially readdressed that situation by telling. I've been distracted, but the northern force to reattack Hungen, and it's obviously worked out very well. So yeah, again, thanks to my generals for taking over and taking responsibility, and obviously thank you for the opponents for being there for us to hit, I guess.
Okay, well, let's start with the generals then, and let's start with General de Division Dubois Ninja, who was the commander for the French for a big time.
Sure. So our general plan is already described, but I think we need to point out how uneven our distribution of force was. In the center, we really only have militia and like one battalion of grenadiers, while in the north, there's like most of the old guard is there. So we had to punch in the north, and it ended up working. I mean, I think I distracted well in the center, making them think that there was more than there was, because it looks like a decent chunk of infantry. And after being on Münzenberg for like 2 hours or something, I decided to advance, and then met no resistance until Utpe. Then we had our little skirmish. But I mean, the battle was decided in the north, I would say. And Nick decided to lead the cavalry north through Inheiten and encircle them. So that was really well done by him.
Okay, let's go to who is next on the French commanders. Let's go to General Constantin in the north.
Well, I just stick to the plan. I got through cities from the west to Langsdorff. Just tried not to be. I hope that I'd not be seen. Got to the hill by Hungen and saw enemy forces I was on the hill in west from Hungen, and saw enemy forces in Hungen itself, and started to prepare to deploy my troops to attack. And when the attack started, I got a dispatch that the the enemies are going away from their south. So I just started the full frontal attack, and then the cavalry came and encircled them.
Alright, let's move on. Speaking of cavalry, let's go to General de Cavalry Nicholas.
Okay, so as explained, I came from the south, and actually I was really lucky because I was able to ambush the enemy cavalry near Bellersheim, and it was sheer luck, nothing planned. And then afterward, I moved to the north, and there also I was lucky enough to be able to flank the enemy in Hungen. I would say two things. First, it was really funny. It was the first time I was commanding a cavalry force, and it was really funny because once they are engaged, it's very difficult to control them. I mean, I like this feeling where you have to, to take back your cavalryman and reform them. And the second thing, I was very surprised because I was expecting the enemy cavalry to be more present and more aggressive. And I would expect it not let me move as I did.
Yeah, fun fact, the French cavalry was actually outnumbered in this scenario by 3 squadrons, 9 versus 12, so it looks like the Austrians were just overextended. And let's move on to the Austrian side. So, Division Commander Feldmarschall von Hindenburg. Are you here, Hindenburg?
Yeah, with the talk, I completely forgot about that. But the initial plan was to basically defend, because when the French had to walk to us, so we wouldn't have to walk on our own, so make the enemy troops as exhausted as possible. And yeah, the problem for me personally was I didn't really know where the enemy was, and when it came to the first engagement, I was really surprised that oh shit, they are that is basically the whole Grande Armee, and I only have so much of my troops up the hill, or I had hold this ridge line was a little bit more forward, because from the position, even from there, even though that was elevated, I couldn't see them yet. And suddenly I have about 12,000 men on my doorstep. And even though we had held this hill line, I was really surprised that the troops would be breaking that early. I expected them to hold longer and basically nail them here a little bit, so that my Austrian friends further to the north, I assumed that there could fall in the flank easily, because now I assumed, because that were so many, he wouldn't have any problems, because every one of the French would be dying on my hill.
Yeah, there was an unfortunate position with the French having the members of the old guard in the middle as well. Yeah. So let's go to.
I didn't know anything about the quality of the units.
Yeah, we should have. Something that I realized now, that we should have maybe told you, like, oh, you see by their uniforms, they are the old guard or something like that. But
okay, then I'm not surprised that I got Rothestomp despite having the Geländevorteil. How then does that translate into English?
The battle was
the high ground. What I cannot tell if I did any damage to the French.
I think the one big deal was that your forces were in square formation, and they were attacked by infantry once the cavalry decided to go north. So it was I don't think anyone could have done any better in that situation. The battle was won in the north, anyways.
What I was surprised by, and it turns out to be true, that the French lines were completely uncovered in the south.
Okay, let's move on to General of the Cavalry, Alfred. Are you here, Alfred? You're muted. There you go.
Well, I was just trying to follow the plan of sending my cavalry to scout. When I reached Belesham, I was attacked by the French cannons, so I kind of retreated to right, but I did not notice that it was unpassable terrain by my cavalry, so I wanted to return to Weizholow to just report the enemy position on Munzenberg, but was ambushed by the French cavalry. So I had retreated to /B and was followed until my cavalry broke into Hungen. There, my cavalry was actually split. Some was in Haydn. I think was Mansovs, and the dragoons was broken in Hungen. In Hungen, I just defended the position. Didn't really did much. I was planning to do a pincer movement north and south because I thought the cavalry was doing something in the north, but turns out he was flanking us. So that's a blunder on my side. And that's it.
Yeah, leading the cavalry is pretty difficult. You need to really lead from the front, to say, and in Hungen your cavalry kind of got dispersed, and you were in the city, which led to quite poor communications. So let's move on to. Wait, did we actually go through everyone? I think.
No, we got Wizard.
The
Wait,
Northern
who?
Commander.
Oh yeah, the Northern Commander. Oh yeah, Vision. Sorry, yeah, Vision. General Field Marshal who led from the front in Hungen.
Alright, well, I was given the order to march to Hangan and just defend that position, which is what I did. I just made a defensive position there. The problem about giving a marshal an underestimate is because I could only see 6 or 7 battalions. I couldn't see the whole force, and I was having a problem with vision. So, and I couldn't really tell where anything was.
Yeah, and you can't be expected to know what's behind those first battalions. So, and yeah, it might be a thing that's attributed to experience, and then the cavalry was unable to scout because they were recovering from their casualties. So that's totally understandable.
And the cavalry, I didn't realize they were there until it was too late, so I couldn't really get everyone ready to just fall back into the city and try to just dig in. That's about it. That's how I lost that battle.
Don't none of you guys, especially on my side, should beat themselves up. All of these things are things that happen in Kriegspiel. It's really normal, including for experienced players like me, to have games that are like this. Totally don't be discouraged by it. Absolutely not. This is very normal, and it's not the result of any kind of a shortcoming or anything like that, so don't interpret it that way. Keep playing.
Yeah, I was the umpire. I hope no one ever actually gets good at Kriegspiel to say, because I think it's always more fun and interesting when there's people making different decisions and there being like commanders who are new to commanding, like in real life. I think it just makes the game more interesting, and I myself treat Kriegspiel much more as a role-playing strategy game than anything competitive at all.
Well,
Yeah, and
it's at least what I have to say. It is something I wanted to do for years. That style that is a lot of free form, like it can move my pieces as I want. That is not really on a grid, and there's a story to tell behind.
maybe
I
just
have a
to add,
hard time to express that in English. Sorry.
and just to add something, I mean, part of the battle was decided just by sheer luck because I was able to ambush the enemy cavalry, and I think that then afterward the cavalry was no more really able to in good shape to do his job. So part of it is really your luck, as it can happen on a battlefield.
Yeah, Alfred didn't do anything wrong. I gotta say, Alfred is a cavalry commander, was very good at scouting. Like what is cavalry's one of biggest jobs. His cavalry was very. He had eyes over here, over here, over here. He even had eyes over here in north of Langsdorff, and he was getting information about enemy movements. And what was quite unlucky was just as because he had been shot by enemy artillery from Munzenberg with some of his squadrons. Not hit, but they were getting artillery was being fired on them. He decided to reform his cavalry and start moving to Therese Horlov. And at that moment, in the perfect time, Nick had his cavalry be formed up in two sections over here, and he ordered both of them to move. And he had just moved into a marching column over here, and he was just perfectly ambushed. But it would have been boring if it just went as planned, because Nick was outnumbered. And I gotta say, with cavalry combat, it wasn't really like bodies. It wasn't really anyone dying much. It was just his cavalry being chased and being in disarray, and Nick's cavalry was also quite disorganized, like he mentioned, because it was just chasing the coalition cavalry all over the place.
I have a question. Does it look just to me that the French are heavily outnumbering the coalition forces, or is it just that many coalition forces got shredded in this match?
Let's say, I think actually the French are overall outnumbered, but they do have some old guard troops with them. But it is the coalition forces definitely have taken casualties here in the north, so that's why the pieces are smaller. And they have just units kind of divided everywhere, but I don't think any units had been wiped out at all. I can post the order of battle if you guys want, which was used in this game. So
Yeah, the thing with the French is they clumped two of their armies together.
yeah,
So it looks like a lot more units here than the coalition, just because the coalition was spread into 3 cities compared to the French, so it was just all together.
yeah, and you also had Marshall's force, which was the biggest force, I think, on the coalition side, not getting to really fight because it wasn't committed anywhere,
Yeah,
which is understandable.
we never fired a shot. Yeah,
Mhm.
we were late. We were early for one battle, late for the other. Yeah. Funny how the difference of one turn makes all the difference in the game. And that goes to tell you how little sometimes these battles are decided upon. So again, it's not so much about your skill level. Luck plays a role. That's why I say it's better to be lucky than good. And that's what I have to tell myself so I can go to sleep at night after a battle like this. It's all luck.
Yeah, I'll definitely agree with Marshall that the French just had a series of very fortunate timed situations. I would say that's what it looked like. I wasn't fully aware of everything going on, but it seems like we just arrived in the right positions at the right time, and the wrong time for the coalition forces.
Not to take credit from Nick, he was really good with his cavalry because he kept them really close together all the time, and he was kind of behind enemy lines, which was wise. But Alfred, was just unlucky. His force was split up at the wrong time, and I am now going to post the French order of battle, and I'm going to post the next one next. It's in general.
All right, well, folks, that's the live stream. I want to thank you all for watching. I hope it was entertaining for you at least, and that you got to learn a little bit and got some insight from me. So I want to thank you all, and we will see you folks on the next adventure.